coming at you live from Space Between Space Research. Exclusive performance of Fastlane. You saw it here first, folks. Oh yeah, you'll have to watch my YouTube archive. I guess I could press record, but I'm into the moment, man. Wow, Fastlane is in the studio. Maybe you should say something in a minute. You wanna spit some lines? Because we all want to hear what you have to say. Eventually. Kidding. We are SpaceyBlurr. Yeah, we got Fastlane in the studio here. She's taking a potty time. We're just going with the flow. Here on the late night, early morning show. We are the SpaceyBlurrs. Coming at you live. Internet worldwide. From the nth dimension. We are SpaceyBlurr. It is what it is. It is what it is. And that is what it is. Or so they say. Or so they say. Is it what it is? Or is it what they want you to believe? Is it exists? Is it exists? Is it exist? Say whatever comes to your heart. What, you were venting me earlier, you can't vent to the internet? I mean, you don't have to go that far. sure what happened. Wait. Everything is okay. Setting up headphone amp number 2. I'm so sorry. But on the SpaceyBlurr channel, we believe in the feedback loop. It was a necessary thing to put you through. All right, I got the second headphone set up. We're coming at you live. We have a special guest in the studio today. She's actually like a really good rapper, hip-hop artist. Well, I can't hear you. I have my headphones on. You should say it in the microphone. I'll hear you if you say that. Who listens to me anyways? I don't know who's listening to me right now. She's asking like who the fuck are you anyways? Like, who even listens to this shit? I don't know. What's up? Who's listening right now? Hey, it might be pretty awkward right now, but it's gonna get lit as it's gonna get lit AF. Oh my god, I'm so fucking tangled. I'm trying to like move shit, but everything is like gravity entanglement. Like, not just on this level, but like on the quantum level or some bullshit. Dude, this entanglement is fucked up. You know, you gotta let the lurkers lurk. Oh yeah, man. I untangled all that shit. Like, dude, they pay me so much money to fucking wrap cables and shit, man. Dude, I untangled that like shit like a boss. Oh yeah, do you have anything to say? You can say something if you want. Earthsmoon42 is in the chat. Oh yeah, this is my friend, the Fastlane. She's like this really good rapper or something, but I'm setting up the mic for her. We're gonna make some beats. She's gonna spit some lines. Song. Yeah, the Earthsmoon42. He's one of my biggest fans. Maybe you should say hi to him, Fastlane. Say hi to them. I can't hear you. Put these headphones on and talk to the mic. You don't want to hear my music? We believe in you. We believe in the feedback loop. Okay, she likes the beat. Like, what, are you chatting over Facebook? Like, no, there's actually a person in. You got this. Oh, he didn't archive any of his videos. She wants to know who you are, the Earthsmoon42. He streams sometimes, but he has really bad internet connection, so he doesn't stream very often. I think you should just start flowing, and then I'll start making some sounds, like more drum beats. And then maybe I'll even say something to the microphone too. We are the SpaceyBlurrs under the dimension, waiting for the P to read the reference from blowing some shit in the morning. Keeping the bow in the blowing. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo. I can't hear you. What? 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 We are the space between space research. We're live. We're live. We're live. We are live. We are live. Forever. 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 There is no pause button. Pause button. Pause button. Pause button. Put some effects on the voice. You should try it. Space Between Space Research coming at you live.
Should I? Okay. I'm making a remix out of Kanye West. Bittersweet. You're gonna be the death of me. I don't want you, but I need you. I love you and hate you at the very same time. Bittersweet. You're gonna be the death of me. I don't want you, but I need you. I love you and hate you at the very same time. See what I want so much? Should never hurt this bad. Never did this before. That's what the virgin said. We've been generally warned. That's what the surgeon said. God, talk to me now. This is an emergency. And she came. She only with me for the currency. You cut me deep, bitch. Cut me like cigarette. And I was super proud to admit that it was hurting me. I never do that to you, at least purposely. We breaking up again, we making up again, but we don't love no more. I guess we fucking then. Have you ever felt you ever want to kill her? And you mix them emotions with the killer. And you mix that with a little bad advice. On one of them bad nights, you have a bad fight. And you talk about her family, her aunts and shit. And she say, motherfucker, your mama's a bitch, you know. Domestic drama and shit. All the attitude, I'll never hit a girl, but I shake the shit out of you. But I'ma be the bigger girl, big people like bigger man. Oh, I guess that figure is bittersweet. Gonna be the death of me. I don't want you, but I need you. I love you and hate you at the very same time. Bittersweet. You're gonna be the death of me. I don't want you, but I need you. I love you and hate you at the very same time. See what I want so much? It never hurt this bad. Never did this before. That's what the virgin says. We've been generally wrong. That's what the God, talk to me now. This is not an emergency. And my nigga say damn. No, it was fucking bad, dude. What? No way. No, I did not. I did not. See what I want so much? Should never hurt this bad. Never did this before. That's what the virgin says. We've been generally warned. That's what the surgeon says. God, talk to me now. This is an emergency. And my nigga said I shouldn't let it worry me. I need to focus on the girls we getting currently. But I've been thinking and it got me back to sinking. And this relationship even got me back to drinking all this Hennessy. Gonna be the death of me. And I always thought that you was having a child was a destiny. But I can't even vibe with you sexually. Cause every time I would try, you would question me. Saying you fucking them girls, Saying you fucking them girls, disrespecting me. You don't see how your lies is affecting me. You don't see how our life is supposed to be. And I never let a nigga let that close to me. And you ain't cracked up to what you was supposed to be. You always gone, you always be where them hoes will be. And this the first time she ever spilled her soul to me. Bittersweet. You're gonna be the death of me. I don't want you, but I need you. I love you and hate you at the very same time. Bittersweet. You're gonna be the death of me. I don't want you, but I need you. I love you and hate you at the very same time. See what I want so much, shit never hurt this bad. Never did this before, that's what the virgin says. We've been generally warned, that's what the surgeon says. God, talk to me now, this is an emergency. See what I want so much, shit never hurt this bad. Never did this before, that's what the virgin says. We've been generally warned, that's what the surgeon says. God, talk to me now, this is an emergency. Okay, you want me to open up? I'll do it then. I'll give you some motherfucking rubber tuss and medicine in your head like you're getting bread. This Asian chick with a lot on her mind, I swear. What you did to me, I would probably do worse. Thanks for ending such a passionate beginning. How I want you to change my mind, but all you say is baby in time. You'll get me, call me yours, and I'll finally call you mine. Just pause for a second, never rewind. We can't fast forward to our future if we can't remember what's behind. Cuando los problemas llegan en la oscuridad, encuentra mami donde vela el esto. Cuando no puedas encontrarla, el camino de grasa. Sigue el mapa con las estrellas, soy la estrella que es tan brilliante y fija. Yo, I admit I'm a little bit fucked up in the head, and I'm sorry if I'm just chasing after the bread. I'm just a little belligerent, this little Asian bitch with a lot in her head. You see, this bitch grew up with a stupid childhood, and I swear I never been that good. But if I could rewind the hands of time, I would. Look, if I cause you any disrespect, I don't mean to. It's just if you treat me like shit, I'm a fucking. I hope like. I mean, I do. I could. I feel like no one trusts me and I don't trust anyone. But who can blame a fucking Asian one? Who could relive all her past, and all I gotta say is I had to grow up in a stupid motherfucking past. Yeah, it's fucked up. Yeah, it's fucked up. Yes, it's fucked up. Yes, it's fucked up. If you wanna know my truth, why don't you just fucking ask it? I will tell you everything. I just wanna fucking hold that. Just ask. I'll do everything up. Tell me what you wanna hear because I know you won't hear it. Shit. Notebook. What should I spit? Something emotional or something really ratchet?
Here, I'm gonna tell you exactly, or show you exactly what you should spit. You should sing this right here.
I already know what I should.
This paragraph right here is what you should sing. Because I'm on the essence.
It's not this. It's a coupon.
Exactly. Read it.
That fucking notes.
It would have been perfect. I could have sampled that, made a vaporwave track, but whatever.
Yo, my name is Spacey. I get really tricky. I wear thick glasses like I'm hippie.
Oh, here, will you take my advice this time? I think you should sing that right there.
No, I'm not. That's not even like a thing.
Exactly. You gotta improvise. It's like a thought cloud. Here, give it to me, I'll read it.
It was a story I made up in my mind.
Exactly.
Alright. Okay. You want me to read this part right here? It says something about the papa. Really nothing, dude. It's like
Here, give it to me. I'll read it. I'll read it.
oh.
It's nothing. It's nothing. I'll read it then if it's nothing.
I'm gonna slap these bitches.
The dream that she dreamt about, she said. Like, deja vu. So you should probably take my advice then, right? Then read the brainstorm, or let me read it. I'm feeling it.
Dude, what did you point out?
I'm feeling really inspired. Like I'll read that. I'll read it and I'll ad-lib it. You know, Rick and Morty was made like they some dude.
Why did you like point that out?
Because I'm a reflection of your inner soul.
Like, what's
Give me the book and I'll tell you.
huh?
Give me the book and I'll tell you your inner soul.
Why did you?
Why did I point that specific page out? It's weird dreaming. I don't know, maybe more some synthesizers. Being. I read from the page of the ancient dream that left her mind when she came obscene. Living life like they believe that it's a dream. Can no longer believe that that's what we've seen. I remember that deja vu coming back from me in the ever-baloo. Ooba-ba-ba-loo, using that language of making it up and saying things that the memory of the nostalgia, that language, child of Narnia, taking on the mania. We believe in the feedback loop, coming and hiding back from you with suit, changing our lives and then the mind, getting the night and we conceptualize.
Insane.
You are excused. Excuse me. Oh, the Earth's moon's into it. Check out the emojis. Emojis. Say what you feel. It's just in the halls of eternity on the Akashic records on the internet and shit too, but no pressure.
Yeah, well, what does 42 mean? Earth, moon, 42.
same time. It does everything. Google, what is the meaning of life, the universe, and everything? The answers: life, the universe, and everything. Life is biological process, and you exist a pure chance, like everything else. There is no God to help you. There is no afterlife to cling to. The universe is indifferent to you, meaning you are truly free in a universe-sized playground to make your own choices. What doth life? Oh, I should sample that. Like cans falling over. Holy shit, I'm recording all of this, actually. I probably shouldn't have said that. I'm not recording everything, I'm just recording my voice. The Earth Moon, he says he tried 75 and it doesn't work.
Damn.
Guess I'm really meant. Internet worldwide coming at you live. Yeah, it's pretty intense being on the internet forever. It's something you'll have to come to terms with. 6%. Pretty good deal. Yeah, that's pretty good. You have like a flute of goobers.
Sometimes.
What if I just like start talking to people? Like I say shit instead of talking to them, bring out the reflection. I think they would give me a bad rating and then I would never get the gig. Or would the best driver in the world.
Yep.
Do you have that flute, the fleet, or is that just like a pipe?
Oh, much like.
I don't know. One time you said like, when I get back to Las Vegas, I'm gonna make a fleet of goobers. Like, what does that even mean? And I was like, that's that.
And they have some.
So you gave up on your dream of being a fleet goober first?
No. But that is. Yeah, the speed of.
Sounds complicated.
It does. You gotta go shit.
I don't know. I went through some complicated shit earlier. The fucking complex synthesizer. It was pretty complicated. But I feel like I'm actually getting somewhere with it. So I guess you're right. Oh, I finally stopped the microphone recording. So if you have anything really important to say, now's the time to say it, because it's not going to be recorded on the microphone. Oh, I inspired the Earthman 42 to dig up his launch pad. My best friend, the mindbender.com. I don't think you've met him yet. It's going to be funny when you do. I think they're on tour right now. Was the last one to mess with it. That was like a year ago, and he hasn't messed with it in forever. That was the regular launch pad or the launch pad pro? The regular launch pad doesn't have any velocity. It's still hella useful for sure. Yeah, I never really got into the launch pads, but when I got the Push 2, I was like, this is the ultimate instrument of all time. Or at least like in the modern time. But I guess like an APC 40 Mark II with like a Launchpad Pro would be basically the same thing. Without the display. So you'd have to look at the computer the whole time. But how's your Uber coming along? No one wants to pick you up this far away from everything? Oh, this chick named Susan's on the way? Are you gonna try to like hook up with her on the way back? Be like, hey, you wanna come inside? Hey, Susan. I don't know, I mean, your reputation, I don't know. Oh yeah. Susan, she sounds kind of hot. You're like, wow, Susan. We should tell Susan to check out my live stream. I know, Sir Susan's a really sweet person. You know, I'm celibate. I'm past all that shit. I'd have to like talk to her with someone. I'd be like, yeah, Susan, you wanna watch me play the visuals at this show? I'm gonna like play the visuals. She'll be like, what the fuck? That's cool, I guess. I'll be like, hey Susan, want to watch me live stream to the internet? I'm gonna play the sounds frequencies and the visuals, and then my fans will be all like, yeah, Spacey, that's awesome. And Susan will be like, I'd be like, hey Susan, do you want to say something to my adoring fans?
Be like, who the fuck is you, motherfucker? What kind of fucking visuals you be talking about, dude?
Feedback loop.
What the fuck is it? Loop feedback. Back. Beef. Poof.
Our channel is dedicated upon feedback. I like to keep it minimal. I guess I could do like some more intense shit, but because like this is way trippier than like that over the top bullshit with the raves. This is like the fucking angles of the screen coming into the flicker and shit like that. That's fucking like I've been doing this for too long. I mean, like everyone's all, oh yeah, do the LSD trip effect, and it's just like overbearing. Like really, I could play a preset. Yo, SpaceyBlurr on the mic, coming at you from the fight. In the fake, you are fake, I am real. No, I'm not, nothing exists, I am one. You are all exists, none. And am I even here, or you a zombie? Now, I have told the clone. From the frontiers of the mind we go. Looking at the H2O in my body. My favorite chemical has all there. Social media, the zombie of the land. I think you're blocking my mind. You should rap. Talking about live stream. I don't know. Let's show the live stream what Susan looks like, and then we'll invite her inside. Susan looks like a woman, like a literal woman, like an advanced woman, like she's been through the world. Oh yeah, where's Susan? I should put her on blast. Why do you think she'd be into my live streams? I'm on YouTube and Facebook and Twitch. Oh, Susan. Okay, this is the Uber driver. Her name is Susan. I don't know, Fastlane, she's gonna ask. I believe in the feedback loop. She's gonna ask Susan if she wants to check out something really cool. Wait, what?
Like she
She needs some what? She doesn't want to listen to my live stream. She doesn't want to tune into the frontiers of art and science and technology. Well, fuck Susan then. Oh, why am I so mad at Susan? I don't know. I'm not mad at her. She can live her own life. I'll live my own life. Yeah. Are you going to see Susan? She's outside. Can I go meet Susan? Oh, I'm gonna go meet Susan. Yeah, Susan. I kind of said hi, but I think she just wanted to drive away. Hopefully my bandmate, she'll be all like, hey Susan, you should check out SpaceyBlurr's live stream and subscribe to him on YouTube and Twitch. I think it'd be good for her, for Susan, because she could go to her YouTube subscriptions and she'll see like, oh hey look, SpaceyBlurr's live streaming, I wonder what's going on that channel. And then she'll tune in and she'll be like, what is going on? And then by the time the stream ends, she'll be all like, I believe in the feedback loop. I think she looked fatter in person, but I didn't see her. All I saw were her love handles. I wanted to say more to her, but I was too afraid, or I was too apprehensive. I wanted to invite Susan inside, like, hey, before you take my friend home, you want to like check out my studio, like. And then I would tell her I loved her. And then she would say, I love you too. Or she'd be like, you're moving too fast. And then I'd be like, I love you. And then I would ghost her. And she would never see me again. Oh, Susan's cool. My bandmate, the Fastlane, she's on another level though. She's also an Uber driver, but she's not the Susan Uber driver. mean, I don't want to give out too much personal information, but yeah, the Fastlane, she's like hella a lesbian. But for some reason, she's like, hey, Spacey. Like, I don't fuck dudes. I'm like, okay. She's like, but I have this giant fucking dildo. Actually, I have a giant collection of dildos. And she's all like, I don't know, it's kind of intimidating. She's like this tiny Asian woman. Yeah, her name's like Laney, with like an I or some shit. But yeah, she writes music in GarageBand. But then I like started producing her in Ableton. She's like, wow, Ableton's like way better than Garage. She wrote some other songs. I should just be like, pay me $250 and fuck me in the asshole with your biggest dildo. But no, I don't charge her. Like, yeah, I'll pay you. I don't care. I don't make art for money. I make art because it's my passion in life. So anyways, I'm gonna play with the complex modular synthesizer for like a little bit before I stop. I want to start playing with an auto tune. Because my favorite band, they're called the 100 Gex. They use it to auto tune. They really use the auto tune. Oh shit, what's going on? I didn't label this properly. There it is. Do you like techno? Why don't people make techno like this? Hey, you wanna listen to some techno? yeah, so I've been making music videos every day. I'm gonna press record in OBS, and this is gonna be my new music video. And the world is gonna take it, whether or not they're ready. Why doesn't anyone make techno like this anymore? I believe in the feedback loop. Thank you, and good night. You know what? Fuck sleeping. Well, no, I'm just joking. But keep going. Oh shit. Wow, this is actually really good. Hey man, I'm too underground to actually release an album. Yo, I'm not on fucking Spotify. Yo, coolios. I might actually I think I'm just gonna let it play out for a while. Thank you, I agree. I made a music video. I'll send you the link when I upload it to YouTube, Instagram. But I'm feeling inspired. I'm just gonna let it play out. I'm using 2 low pass gates, man. I've never really used low pass gates that much in my life, and now I'm just using them. It feels really good. So the secret to my sound is that I accidentally put the clock into the source of the low pass instead of the trigger, and then I have the other clock playing that trigger. Wow, that's genius. Or no, I have the wave shaper as the trigger, and I have the clock as the sound. That's the secret to my techno. I'm gonna try it the other way around now. I guess that's what it's actually supposed to sound like. I like the other version though too, but we gotta progress it along into in our lives. went to this show tonight, and they were playing like tech house, bass house. I was like, yeah, this is good. And I told my friend who I've been making music with for like 7 years, I was like, man, this techno sounds nothing like my techno. My techno sounds way different. I could dance to this shit. Especially if you gave me a bunch of ketamine. You gotta appreciate the silence, man. The space between the space of the research. It's the notes that you don't play, man. Can you hear that? That I didn't. It's like the ambient of wherever you're listening it. Space between space research. Yo. I love how I'm not using a filter. I'm using 2 low pass gates, no filters. I'm using a comb delay. I thought it was a comb filter, but it's actually a feedback loop. Comb. I could throw that serum effect with the filter on serum, but yeah, fuck serum. We're complex proing it. Holy shit, I'm still recording this? I didn't know I was recording this. Well, here's a huge ass file I'm never gonna fucking use. No, I'm gonna challenge myself to use it. Oh my god, I could make a song right now. I could probably make I can use Lane's voice. I could use my techno. I can fucking do anything.
To me, and you ain't cracked up to what you were supposed to be. You always gone, you always be where them hoes will be. And this the first time she ever spilled her soul to me. It was sweet. You're gonna be the death of me. I don't want you, but I need you. I love you. bittersweet. You're gonna be the death of me. I don't want you, but I need you. I love you and hate you at the same time. See what I want so much, should never hurt this bad. Never did this before, that's what the virgin says. We've been generally wrong, that's what the surgeon says. God, talk to me now, this is an emergency. See what I want so much? Emotional or something?
Here, I'm gonna tell you exactly, or show you exactly what you should spit. You should sing this. I was gonna show her something really cool. She's like, why are you deja vuing me so hard? I was gonna spit some shit based off on her subconscious. She couldn't take it yet. Maybe next time. Give me the book and I'll tell you. Give me the book and I'll tell you.
Seen, living life like they believe it. No longer believe that that's what we seen. I remember that deja vu. I read from the page of the ancient dream that left her mind when she came obscene. Living life like they believe that it's a dream. Can no longer believe that that's what we seen. I remember that deja vu.
Okay, I'm gonna go for it. It might take like 1 or 2 hours. I got an important meeting tonight, but that's plenty of time. I'll be asleep by noon, I guess. I'm gonna drink more White Claw knockoffs. Make a fucking song. Another song, I already made one song. Oh my god, if someone played this, like at the club, I would fucking lose my shit, dude. I'd be dancing so hard. Tech house, like, the techno people play in Vegas are just so, like, generic. I mean, I don't want to be all like I'm like, make the best music in the world, but I guess I make the best music in the world. Like, my music is just, like, so fucking good. Like, this is awesome, dude. This is fucking awesome. And no one's gonna play this shit. No one's gonna be like, oh, I downloaded SpaceyBlurr's track. I'm gonna play this modular synth at 70 beats per minute. But if they did, dude, people would lose their fucking minds.
From the page of dream that left her mind obscene. Living life like they believe that it's a dream.
Why doesn't anyone make techno like this anymore?
I remember that deja vu.
I believe in the feedback loop. Thank you, and good night. think a music video is coming soon. I appreciate your support. I agree, dude. This is pretty fucking awesome. You are excused. Excuse me. You know what? Fuck sleeping. Well, no, I'm just joking. Oh, the Earth's moon's into it. Keep going. Oh shit. Check out the emojis. Say what you feel.
A nigga let that close to me, and you ain't cracked up.
I read from the page of the ancient dream that left her mind when she came obscene. Living life like they believe that it's a dream. You can no longer believe that that's what we've seen. I remember that deja vu coming back from me in the Everbaloo. Ooba-ba-ba-loo, using that language, thinking that making it up as saying things. That's a memory of the nostalgia, that language, childhood Narnia, taking on the mania. We believe in the feedback loop, coming and diving back from you and soon, changing our lives and then the lives of mine, being the eyes that we conceptualize.
You are excused.
Excuse me.
Oh, the Earth's moon's into it. Check out the emojis. Say what you feel. It's just in the halls of eternity on the Akashic records on the internet and shit too, but no pressure.
Yeah, well, what is 42 mean? Earth, moon, 42.
Why doesn't anyone make techno like this anymore?
The universe made it up when we created that again after the last one we forgot.
What do you believe in?
I believe in the feedback loop. Thank you.
Yes, no,
And good
yes,
night.
no, yes, no. 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0.
Okay, I'll sing if you guys want me to.
0. Universe. One spinning song that does nothing at the same time. It does everything.
Google, what is the meaning of life, the universe, and everything? The answer, you know what? Life. Fuck sleeping. The universe. And everything. No, I'm just joking. Life is biological. Keep process. Going. Oh, shit. And you exist. A
pure chance, like everything else. There is no God to help you. There is no afterlife to cling to. The universe is indifferent to you, meaning you are truly free in a universe-sized playground to make your own choices. What doth life?
Oh, I should sample that. Like, cans falling over.
Holy shit, I'm recording all of this, actually.
Wow, this is actually really good. Hey man, I'm too underground to actually release an album. Yo, I'm not on fucking Spotify. I'm not recording everything, I'm just recording my voice. The Earth Moon, he made a music video. He tried 75 and it doesn't work.
Damn.
Guess I really meant.
Internet worldwide coming at you live.
Yeah, so I'm not necessarily ready to make a
it's
song.
pretty intense being on.
Shut the fuck up, SpaceyBlurr. So I'm not necessarily ready to make a song yet. So I'm gonna like think about, or not think, I'm gonna like zen out for a couple of minutes. I should play a synthesizer though.
And so it begins again. All these cells are pigments, but together they help create the whole.
Play some arteria pigments right now. What the fuck, golden crystals? Yeah, because my last stream was strictly complex wine. But this stream I can do whatever the hell I want.
Death in the Microcosmos.
Dude, that's the name of my new album, dude. Death in the Microcosmos. Oh my god. So you know, like, actually make a fucking song. It's a lot of fucking work. Because I am serious about my art. this anymore. I believe in the feedback loop. Thank you, and good night. Ecologic Candy, thank you for tuning in on Mixer. You are excused. Excuse me. Oh, the Earth's moon's into it. You know what? Fuck sleeping. Check out the emojis. Well, no, I'm just joking. Emojis, but keep going. Oh shit. Read from the page of the ancient dream. Read from the page of the ancient dream that left her mind when she came obscene. Living life like they believe that it's the dream. It's the dream. Can no longer that absolutely see. I remember that deja vu coming back. They You are excused. You are excused. Oh, the Earth runs into it. Check out the emojis. A red from your page.
And you ain't proud what you was supposed to be. You always gone, you always where them hoes. And this the first time she ever spilled her soul to me. Bittersweet. You're gonna be in the back of me. I don't want you, but I need you. I love you, I hate you at the very same time. Bittersweet. I don't want you, but I need you. I love you, I hate you at the very same time. See what I want so much? Should never hurt this bad. Never did this before. That's what the virgin says. We've been generally warned. That's what the surgeon says. God, talk to me now. This is an emergency. Do you wanna want so much? You never
Why
heard
doesn't
before.
anyone make techno
Never
like
did
this
before.
anymore?
That's what the virgin says. We've been generally warned. That's what the surgeon says. God, talk to me now. This is an emergency.
I believe in the feedback loop. Thank you, and good night. You know what? Fuck sleeping. Well, no, I'm just joking. But keep going. Oh shit.
Okay, you want me to open up? I'll do it then. I'll give you some motherfucking rubber tuss and medicine in your head like you're getting bread. This Asian chick with a lot on her mind, I swear. What you did to me, I would probably do worse. Thanks for ending such a passionate beginning. How I want you to change my mind, but all these days, baby, in time, you'll get me to call me yours, and I'll finally call you mine. This pause for a second, never rewind. We can't fast forward to our future if we can't remember what's behind.
Wow, this is actually really good. Hey man, I'm too underground to actually release an album. Yo, I'm not on fucking Spotify. Yo, Coolios. I might actually I think I'm just gonna let it play out for a while. Thank you, I agree. I made a music video. I'll send you the link when I upload it to YouTube, Instagram. But I'm feeling inspired. I'm just gonna let it play out.
Yo, I admit I'm a little bit fucked up in the head, and I'm sorry if I'm just tracing after the bread. I'm just a little bit.
I'm using 2 low pass gates.
With a lot in her head. You see,
I've never really used low pass gates that much in my life, and I'm just using them. It feels
I've
really
never
good.
been that good, but if I could rewind the hand the time I would. Look, if I cause you any disrespect, I don't mean to. It's just if you treat me like shit, I'm a fucking.
So the secret to my sound is that I accidentally put the clock into the source of the low pass instead of the trigger, and then I have the other clock playing that trigger. Wow, that's genius. Or no, I have the wave shaper as the trigger, and I have the clock as the sound. That's the secret to my techno. I'm gonna try it the other way around now.
I gotta say is I had you grow up in a stupid motherfucking past.
I guess that's what it's actually supposed to sound like. I like the other version though too, but we gotta progress it along into in our lives.
Yeah, fucked up. Fucked up. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. You know my feet, my feet. This, I tell you, I wanna fuck forward back. Tell me what you wanna hear because I need you up here.
I went to this show tonight, and they were playing like tech house, bass house. I was like, yeah, this is good. And I told my friend who I've been making music with for like 7 years, I was like, man, this techno sounds nothing like my techno. My techno sounds way different.
What should I?
I could dance to this shit. Here, I'm gonna tell you exactly, or show you exactly what you should spit, especially if you gave me a bunch of ketamine.
I know what it's
This paragraph right here is what you should say. Because I'm on the essence. Exactly, read it. It would have been perfect. I could have sampled that, made a vaporwave track, but whatever. You gotta appreciate the silence, man.
My name is Spacey.
The space between the space of the research.
I'm hippie.
It's the notes that you don't play, man. Can you hear that? That I didn't. It's like the ambient of wherever you're listening it. Space between space research. Yo. I love how I'm not using a filter. I'm using 2 low pass gates, no filters. I'm using a comb delay. I thought it was a comb filter, but it's actually a feedback loop. Comb. I could throw that serum effect with the filter on serum, but yeah, fuck serum. We're complex proing it. Holy shit, I'm still recording this? I didn't know I was recording this. Well, here's a huge ass file I'm never gonna fucking use.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna use this huge ass fucking file. We're gonna fucking do it. We're gonna use it and we're gonna make some goddamn techno great again. Let's make techno great again.
I don't know. I still think I should make her pay me $250 and then like fuck me in the ass with her biggest dildo she has. She has like 8 dildos. Maybe not her biggest, but her favorite. I don't give a fuck. Like, she didn't sign the license. Like, walking into this room, you signed the non-disclosure agreement or whatever. I can use anything I stream on the internet. Get on my level.
And you ain't packed up to what you was supposed to be. You always gone, you always be where them hoes will be. And this the first time she ever spilled her soul to me. Bittersweet, you're gonna be the death of me. I don't want you, but I need you. I love you and hate you at the very same time. Bittersweet, you're gonna be the death of me. I don't want you, but I need you. I love you and hate you at the very same time. See what I want so much? Should never hurt this bad. Never did this before. That's what the virgin says. We've been generally warned. That's what the surgeon says. God, talk to me now. This is an emergency. See what I want so much? Should never hurt this bad. Never did this before. That's what the virgin says. We've been generally warned. That's what the surgeon says. God, talk to me now. This is an emergency.
Yeah, man, check out my live streams, man. Some fucking tech house DJ will be like playing tech house, and then I'll be like talking shit about how like awesome my tech house is compared to like anyone else's tech house, because I make that shit with fucking like modular synthesis and shit. I'm like, dude, why don't they make that shit like the 70s? Like, it's so fucking generic now. Like, and then it'll be like, oh yeah, you're so much better than me. Like, I'll be like, yeah, I mean, they're like, you probably like get all this shit. I was like, nah. I'll be like, yeah, dude, check out my live streams. And then they won't even check out my live streams. Fucking DJs.
Okay, you want me to open up? I'll be done. I'll give you some motherfucking rubber cussing medicine in your head like getting bread. Decision chick with a lot on her mind.
Fucking DJs. Man, I should probably just press record and be like, this is my song.
What you did to me, I would probably do worse. Thanks for ending such a passionate beginning. How I want you to change my mind, but all you say is baby in time. You'll get me to call me yours, and I'll finally call you mine. Just pause for a second, never rewind. We can't fast
Why doesn't
forward.
anyone make techno like this anymore?
Can't remember what's behind.
I believe in the feedback loop. Thank you, and good night.
Cuando los problemas te sigan en la oscuridad, encuéntrame donde brilla el sol. Cuando no puedas encontrar el camino de grasa, sigue el mapa con las estrellas, soy la estrella.
Okay.
Okay.
I want to press record, but I don't. You know what? Fuck sleeping. Well, no, I'm just joking. But I'll keep going. Oh shit.
Yo, I admit I'm a little bit fucked up in the head, and I'm sorry if I'm just chasing after the bread. I'm just a little belligerent, this little Asian bitch with a lot in her head. You see, this bitch grew up with a stupid childhood, and I swear I've never been that good. But if I could rewind the hands of time, I would. Look, if I cause you any disrespect, I don't mean to. It's just if you treat me like shit, I'm a fucking. I hope like. I mean, I do.
Wow, this is actually really good.
I could.
Hey man, I'm too underground to actually release an album. Yo, I'm not on fucking Spotify. Yo, coolios. I might actually I think I'm just gonna let it play out for a while.
I feel
Thank
like
you, I agree. I made a music video.
Me, and
I'll send you the
trust
link
anyone,
when I upload it
can
to
blame a
YouTube,
fucking Asian one who's
Instagram. But
relive all her past.
I'm feeling
and
inspired.
all
I'm just
I gotta
gonna
say is
let it play out.
I had to grow up in a stupid motherfucking past.
I just have to say that's fucking brilliant, dude. I'm using 2 low pass gates, man. I've never really used low pass gates that much in my life, and now I'm just using them. It feels really good.
Fucked up. Fucked up. Yes, fucked up. Fucked up. You know my dude. Want to fuck how you think I wanna fuck hold that. All you ever give up. Tell me what you wanna hear because I know you all hear it.
So the secret to my sound is that I accidentally put the clock into the source of the low pass instead of the trigger. And then I have the other clock playing that trigger. Wow, that's genius. Or no, I have the wave shaper as the trigger, and I have the clock as the sound. That's the secret to my techno. I'm gonna try it the other way around now.
Notebook.
I guess that's what it's actually supposed to sound like.
What should I?
I like the other version though too, but we gotta progress it along into the
Emotional or something
in our lives.
really ratchet.
Here, I'm gonna tell you exactly, or show you exactly what you should spit. You should sing this right here.
I already know where it is.
This paragraph right here is what you should sing. Because I'm on the essence.
Come on.
Exactly. Read it. It would have been perfect. I could have sampled that, made a vaporwave track, but whatever.
My name is Spacey. I get really confused. I wear big glasses. I'm confused.
I went to this show tonight, and they were playing like tech house, bass house. I was like, yeah, this is good. And I told my friend who I've been making music with for like 7 years, I was like, man, this techno sounds nothing like my techno. My techno sounds way different. Oh, here, will you take my advice this time? I think you should sing that right there.
That's not even like
This is like the best song I've ever heard in my life. Exactly. You gotta improvise. I could dance to this shit. It's like a thought cloud. Especially if you gave me a bunch of ketamine. Here, give it to me, I'll read it. Exactly. Here, give it to me. I'll read it. I'll read it. You gotta appreciate the science. I'll read it then if it's nothing. The space between the space of the research. The dream that you dreamt about. That you don't play, man. Deja vu. Can you hear that? That I didn't. It's like the. So you should probably take my advice then, right? It's like the ambient. And read the brainstorm wherever you're listening. I'm feeling it.
Dude, why did you point it out?
I'm feeling really inspired. Like I'll read that. I'll read it and I'll ad-lib it. You know, Rick and Morty was made like some dudes. Space between space research. Is I am a reflection of your inner soul. Give me the book and I'll tell you. Give me the book and I'll tell you your inner soul. Why did I point that specific page out? It's weird dreaming. I love how I'm not using a filter. I'm using 2 low pass gates, no filters. I'm using a comb. I don't know, maybe a comb delay. Alright, hey, SpaceyBlurr, please shut the fuck up. A feedback loop. I'm trying to make some music right now, and I think I'm fucking ready. I can throw that serum. Let's make some fucking music. The filter on serum, but Yeah.
Fuck serum.
Shut the fuck
Complex
up.
Pro, yeah.
Shut the fuck up, SpaceyBlurr. Alright, it's time. It's almost time to make our fucking music. Nah, I'm just joking. We're gonna sit here for another 10 hours and not make any music. It's the creative process, man. Holy shit, I'm still recording this? I didn't know I was recording this. Well, here's a huge ass file I'm never gonna fucking use. Hey, I know you feel that way, but alright, I'm gonna stop the music. Okay, if I just put some drum sounds, I'll do that later maybe.
Wonderful
What do these people have to say?
question. I wish I had the answer. It's absolutely true that I can't, as a physicist, now adequately discuss what I mean by
You had to be there,
universes
man.
without time.
I don't know how to talk about dynamics without time.
Well, you can imagine. I mean, well, you can. You can imagine.
Well, cosmology, as you know, is a subject that's changed a lot. You've emphasized that, in fact. And I don't think it's over yet.
I think the essence of the scientific method is the willingness to admit you're wrong, the willingness to abandon ideas that don't work.
The world always needs heretics to challenge the prevailing orthodoxy. We're lucky that we can be heretics today without being burned at the stake.
What I'm trying to argue for is to think about things from a new point of view.
The question is time real? Does time have any objective reality? And of course it does.
That to know when you know and when you don't know, and what it is you know and what it is you don't know, and it's you got to be very careful not to confuse yourself.
My sense is that the scientific way of thinking, questioning, some delicate mix of creative encouragement of new ideas and the most rigorous and skeptical scrutiny of new and old ideas, I think that is the path to the future, not just for science.
I can do a circle in space. But if time and space are really together as part of a four-dimensional universe, why can't I do a circle in time?
We should only talk about things that we can measure. Try to define things in terms of only things you measure. Let's formulate the equation mathematically, or let's guess the equation, or all these things are tried all the time. That's very useful, but we all know that. That's what we learned in the physics classes, how to do that. But the new problem, where we're stuck because all those methods don't work. If any of those methods would have worked, we would have gone through there.
We have to be willing to challenge because we are in desperate need of change.
You could create a geometry where you could do a circle in time.
So when we get stuck in a certain place, it's a place where history will not repeat herself. And that's makes it even more exciting, because whatever we're going to look at the other, the method and the trick and the way it's going to look is going to be very different than anything that we've seen before, because we've used all the methods from before.
I'm gonna add this to my playlist.
We've been exploring the idea of three-dimensional time.
Actually, make
Three-dimensional time by no
on
means is
my
a new
YouTube
idea.
channel. You should check
I
it
have
out.
to ask, was there ever an idea that had more than one time dimension?
Yes, absolutely. So, Itzhak Bar was one of the people at USC who's pioneered this possibility. He has studied theories with two time dimensions. They're much harder to make work. I mean, if you have trouble thinking about extra dimensions of space,
Look
try
at
to
all
think
this
about extra
playlist,
dimensions of
man.
time.
Yet, three-dimensional time can be derived by using a set of new and peculiar equations. Let's suspend everything we know about time for a moment and use our imagination, if you will. Let's allow time to be a two-dimensional vector running in the direction of the arrow of time. We can assign this t1 coordinate to periods of time, and we can assign this t2 coordinate to present moments of time. If we allow the arrow of time to slide more towards the periods of time coordinate,
time moves by faster with more periods for present moments.
Or if we move the arrow of time more towards the present moment coordinate,
we get more present moments per periods of time.
If we move the arrow of time so that it runs perfectly parallel
I'm just joking.
with the periods of time coordinate, we end up with the past, present, future within a single moment. Or if we run the arrow of time so that it runs perfectly parallel with the present time coordinate, we end up with an ever-present moment in a single period of time. The concepts of ordinary time and time dilation found in physics have equivalences in three-dimensional time which can easily be accounted for. Temporal events that happen on this side of the arrow of time correspond with the Lorentz transformation, where temporal events on this side of the arrow of time correspond with the inverse Lorentz transformation. These definitions give rise to temporal mechanics that, when applied to mass and energy, maintain conventional conservation laws.
What does it mean to talk about the origin of mass? In Newtonian mechanics, it really wouldn't mean anything at all. I teach students the three laws of motion, Newton's three laws, but before that, we discussed the zeroth law. And the zeroth law of mechanics...
Wow, this is actually really good.
...is that mass is conserved, that mass doesn't change.
Hey man, I'm too underground to actually release an album.
Mechanics and was the great achievement of Descartes,
Yo, I'm not on fucking
Galileo,
Spotify.
and Newton to realize...
You gonna fucking sue me if I like release this shit? This shit's... they fucking sue me, the time, space, fucking police will just sue my ass. No, I'm just joking. I might actually like... I think I'm just gonna like let it play out.
The central equation of classical mechanics, F
I made a
equals
music
ma,
video.
which relates on the left-hand side of the dynamical concept of force to their motion through space and time, their kinematic quantity of acceleration. And to relate those two, you need some kind of conversion factor, and that's the role that mass plays. Something that didn't have mass, something that could give an origin to mass, wouldn't know which way to move. It would be a senseless object. Mass was a primary concept that couldn't be reduced to anything else. This all changed
I've never really used low pass
at the
gates that
beginning
much
of
in
the
my
20th
life.
century when Einstein introduced his second law. It's called the second law because there's a familiar first law, E equals mc squared. This way of writing Einstein's law of the conversion of mass into energy suggests that perhaps it's possible to explain mass in terms of a different thing that could be primary, that is energy. And in fact, Einstein's original paper on the subject has this form of the equation.
The point particle mass has no spatial extension. Neither does the center of mass reference frame. For any object, regardless of size or shape, it has no spatial extension. We can treat mass as a negative volume of time, where t squared represents linear time with a one-to-one
So the secret to my sound?
between periods and present moments, and minus t prime represents the negative passage of time. We can multiply in a variable n to increase or decrease the relative density, or periods per present moments. A displacement in the passage of time would indicate acceleration. The fundamental equation of Newtonian physics, F equals ma, can be substituted with these relationships between temporal coordinates, giving rise to temporal mechanics. The temporal mechanical definitions for mass and energy are consistent with relativity. Applying them to the magnitude of some net force with a primary and secondary state, and
I guess
applying
that's
the
what it actually is supposed to sound
Pythagorean
like.
theorem, can be used to derive the inverse Lorentz function.
I like the other version though too, but we gotta progress it
In this
along
example,
into the
primary state is the initial condition
lives.
prior to acceleration. The linear time to passage of time variables have an inversely proportional relationship that can be set equal to 1. Since the acceleration term corresponds to a ratio between spatial and temporal coordinates, this becomes the expression for the primary state. In the secondary state, the linear time variables between the mass and acceleration terms are set equal. Since the linear time to passage of time variables have an inversely proportional relationship, the passage of time variable is proportional to the inverse spatial coordinate. Therefore, the secondary state represents to where and when the mass has been accelerated. Subtracting the primary state from the secondary state, we derive an equation in the same form as the reciprocal Lorentz factor, alpha, with the exception of units. Applying the right units
I went to this show tonight, and they were playing like tech house, bass house. I was like, yeah, this is good. And I told my friend who I've been making music with for like 7 years, I was like, man, this techno sounds nothing like my techno. My techno sounds way different.
Much more dynamical, yet it still maintains Lorentz invariance.
More generally, in our theories of physics and the standard model, we understand things much, much better if masses are zero. And mass is somewhat of an embarrassment.
When mass is treated as a temporal scalar, the ratio between T1 and T2, or the slope of periods per present moments, can be skewed to account for time dilation, setting T squared equal to 1 using a reciprocal relationship between T1 and T2. This allows the rate of periods per present moments to change relative to Lorentz transformations and relativistic motion without affecting the passage coordinate. In this way, inertial mass can remain unchanged or Lorentz invariant, whereas momentum can undergo relativistic changes, increasing or decreasing. Mass can be treated as a three-dimensional time scalar within a four-vector metric. The temporally oriented four-vector does not replace the standard four-vector. Rather, these two metrics work together, consistent with standard notation and theoretical arguments. The temporal four-vector is supplemental to contemporary physics, not oppositional.
I can do a circle in space, right? But if time and space are really together as part of a four-dimensional universe, why can't I do a circle in time?
Temporal loops can cycle orthogonally in relation to the direction of the arrow of time. Though the passage of time coordinate and present time coordinate may reverse through half the cycle, linear time passes from the past through the present and into the future without change. Together, they form a dynamical relationship consistent with time-dependent phenomena in quantum mechanics, such as quantum electrodynamics. This temporal loop model is also consistent with the relationship between confinement and asymptotic freedom in quantum chromodynamics.
We should own up to the approximations being made. It's not quite true that the up and down quarks are massless. In order to account for some of the details of the patterns of masses, in particular technically for the mass of pi mesons, it's necessary to put in some finite value for the up and down quark masses. But it turns out that the finite values we need are only about 1% of the mass of the proton and neutron. So really, this is the origin of mass. Starting with QCD light, where there is literally no mass, we get 90% of the mass of the proton and neutron. But that answer may not give you a warm and fuzzy feeling. One would like to understand in a more comprehensible way that would give some satisfaction from this marvelous result, where that mass came from.
The temporal definition of mass is very handy in cosmology. The temporal loop model can be extended into modern cosmology in several
Holy shit, I'm still recording this?
accounting for some of cosmology's unanswered questions.
Caltech professor Fritz Zwicky looked up to the neighboring Coma cluster of galaxies and observed something strange.
You could estimate the size and then obtain the mass in the cluster, and he found that it was vastly more massive than accounted for by the luminous matter.
Something didn't add up. The galaxies were moving too fast within the cluster for the amount of illuminated stuff he could see.
The subject remained dormant until Vera Rubin and Ken Ford measured galactic rotation curves.
Like Zwicky, her observations also seem strange.
The only way to resolve this paradox of galaxies which spin 10 times too fast is to assume that there is a halo of invisible matter surrounding the galaxy, keeping the galaxy whole.
If this is a galaxy viewed edge-on, and you measure the velocity of gas going around the galaxy,
The gravitational acceleration due to a mass at the center would be m times g divided by the radius squared to the star, and that has to equal the acceleration, and the acceleration is the velocity squared divided by the radius. So this would then say that the velocity falls off like 1 over r. This is Kepler's planetary law. It's usually expressed in terms of the period rather than the velocity. Velocity falls off 1 over
with host computer.
That's not what was seen by Oort, and it's not what's seen by anybody since.
We believe in the feedback loop.
Velocity is pretty much constant. Not the angular velocity, incidentally. It's not like this thing is rotating like a big giant pinwheel, but the linear velocity appears to be constant. So instead of saying all the mass is at the center, let's say the mass is distributed, and let's introduce a function m of r. M of r is the amount of mass contained within a sphere out to radius r. Not of a constant mass at the center, but of varying mass which varies like m of r. And in that case, v is constant, doesn't change with distance, and therefore we find that m of r must grow like r. M of r increases as you move away from the center, and so as you move out, this is not the mass density, incidentally. This is the total mass within a radius r.
Why doesn't anyone make techno like this anymore?
Out to the outer boundaries of a galaxy, and even beyond that. At the moment, it looks like a piece of luck that the velocity curve is flat. And I don't know a good, substantial, simple argument about why that's the case.
Three-dimensional time can be used to account for the anomalous rotation curves of galaxies without appealing to the presence of dark matter.
The expression used in Susskind's example, where mass is a function of the radius, could be used in an alternative way to mathematically argue that there is an increase in the passage of time as the radius increases. For simplicity, we can substitute the basic temporal definition for mass with m, letting the variable n equal 1 for simplicity. Since we are dealing with a change in the passage of time relative to a gravitational field, as opposed to dealing with some mass, we can drop the minus sign. Since the t squared term is proportional with the units for g and v squared, only the passage of time term can vary. Therefore, the passage of time can be a function of the radius such that the passage of time increases with the radius consistent with Einstein's equivalence principle. This tells us that the relationship between inertial mass and gravitational fields can remain consistent, while the radius as a function of t prime varies with the distance from the center.
Dark matter's invisible presence is everywhere, or so it seems.
Here, I'm going to tell you exactly, or show you exactly what you should spit.
Dark
You should
matter
sing
particles
this right here.
exist. There are many suspects, but no answers.
This paragraph right here is what
And
you should
observing something you can't see
because I'm on the essence.
Dark matter has yet to be detected. We haven't detected an actual dark matter.
Exactly. Read it.
It has two very important characteristics. The first is that it does not interact with light, so it does not emit and it does not
It would have
absorb
been
light.
perfect. I could have sampled that, made a vaporwave track, but whatever.
So, how do we study dark matter? Well, one of the primary mechanisms we have for studying it is through its gravitational effects.
If you scan the sky with a powerful telescope, you'll discover that in certain directions, the image is distorted. It's as if you're looking through a very big droplet of water.
Basically, the idea behind gravitational lensing is that you're looking at the light traveling towards us from a distant source. So in my analogy, the candle is a distant galaxy, and I'm an astronomer on Earth looking at this distant galaxy through my telescope. And in between us, there's a giant clump of dark matter. A wine glass can be an optical lens. And as I look towards this distant galaxy here, we see features like rings and arcs instead because the light has been deviated through the lens.
She's not actually drinking?
Just a little illustration to get you to
I'm so offended. She's not actually drinking wine. Will you take my advice this time?
Galaxies are distorted in this spherical pattern. We see a ring and we see arcs, and all these shapes are distorted.
The explanation is that gravity bends light. And this is a nice picture of the concept. Gravity is bending light. The images you see get distorted. The problem is, or the remarkable discovery is, that the light is getting bent even where there's little or no visible matter. No presently known form of matter fits the bill for this other stuff. It might be better to refer to the cosmological dark matter problem as the excess acceleration problem.
Dark matter is an unfortunate name. The name sort of sounds like mystery mongering and sounds like a cover-up somehow. If we just talked about excess acceleration, which would be more accurate. What's actually observed is that things like stars and galaxies don't move the way they should according to the laws of gravity. There's some extra acceleration, as if there's more stuff that's exerting gravitational forces.
We have already examined how three-dimensional time can be applied to acceleration. Acceleration involves a temporal displacement, lessening the rate of the passage of time as the object begins to transversely move through space. Deceleration involves a spatial displacement, lessening the rate of the change through space, followed by an iteration of repeating diminishing lengths of space as the frame of reference concludes transversely passing at an increasing rate of the passage of time.
This is one of the most famous results from gravitational lensing concerning evidence for dark matter. This is called the bullet cluster. A cluster of galaxies contains two visible components. It contains galaxies and it contains hot gas. The hot gas is actually a lot more massive than the galaxies are. It's actually two clusters of galaxies that have collided through each other. When we look at the different components, these are the galaxies, we basically see that the galaxies have passed through each other during the collision. However, when we study this system through gravitational lensing, we can demonstrate that most of the mass is located at these blue peaks here. We learn two things from this. One, there's a lot of mass that is unseen. We don't see it. And secondly, it doesn't interact with normal matter. Had it interacted with normal matter, it would have stopped and been slowed down here. We can compare the location of the stars and the galaxies and this hot gas that emits an X-rays, and we find that all the normal matter is located within the dark matter scaffold. Normal matter is confined to lie within the gravitational potential levels that are defined by dark matter. If we apply the new equivalence principle to dark matter and dark energy, it becomes apparent that when we look at extremely distant objects, or when we look at extremely massive objects, such as galaxies, we're not only looking at 3 dimensions of space, we are also seeing 3-dimensional time. What about gravitational lensing, or dark matter halos?
How do you find something that is invisible in space?
Just as a lens bends light, a large mass in outer space, such as a cluster of galaxies, bends light traveling near it. This is known as gravitational lensing.
So the secret to my
bending
sound
affects the light reaching us,
is that I
distorting
accidentally
the of whatever
put the
lies
clock
beyond the mass.
into the source of
Battered light's gas. Gravitational lensing detected dark matter concentrated in the halos of galaxies.
Now, looking at the distortion of light as it goes through galaxies.
And that's why you exist, the feedback loop.
Of dark matter.
When people found dark matter,
Everybody wanted to know, well, what is it, you know?
If time is really three-dimensional, affecting our observations of distant objects in space, then we really do need to take it into consideration. Using the temporal 4 vector, we can see that there's one space component for 3 temporal coordinates. Recall what each temporal component corresponds with and how they relate to the temporal definition for mass. As t squared, or linear time, extends, both the period and present time components extend such that for any given moment, the slope between period and present moments is 1. In this case, both the passage component and the mass are unchanged. The net effect of this is that the mass can be set over a single spatial coordinate for an extended period of time, such as a point particle mass. If we extend that spatial coordinate into being a vector of three-dimensional space, then that point particle mass can be spread homogeneously over some volume of space as well. In an odd way,
even the feedback
is in more than one place at the same time, even though that same mass is in the same place at more than one time. If we examine certain images taken as gravitational lenses, a familiar geometry comes to mind.
It's just in the halls of eternity.
Yeah, well, what
I went to
is
this
42?
show tonight, and they were playing like tech house. So I was like, yeah, this is good. And I told my friend who I've been making music with for like 7 years, I was like, man, this techno sounds nothing like my techno. My techno sounds way different.
Satellite traveling at the light speed. So the distance between the Earth and the Sun is about 150 million kilometers, and this L2 point is 1.5 million kilometers. But it's sort of 4 times further than the Moon is from the Earth. Okay, so we've got L4 and L5. Now they're the sort of slightly too subtle ones. So if you look at L4, so this is the one that's sort of ahead of the Earth. So the Earth's coming around this way. This stays permanently ahead of the Earth, and just the same for the L5 point over here. So it's pulled towards exactly this point. And if you think about Jupiter and the Sun as your 2 bodies, actually there are a whole bunch of objects which are kind of trapped at the L4 and the L5 points. They're called Greek and Trojan asteroids. Generically, they're called Trojan asteroids. They don't actually collect at L1, L2 and L3 because it turns out those orbits are actually unstable. Whereas L4 and L5 are actually stable points, which means that when stuff is there, it stays there. A little perturbation, it won't actually move away from the L4 and L5 point. So any pair of objects where in the region where those 2 objects are sort of the dominant source of gravity, you can find these Lagrange points and these kind of trapping effects.
Strangely, there is a geometrical overlap between the location of Lagrange points and the distortion of an image by a galactic dark matter halo.
Images from the Hubble Space Telescope show a distant galaxy framed by 4 images of the same supernova, a kind of mirage that's been dubbed an Einstein cross. It's called gravitational lensing, and it's a common trick of the light that shows up in tons of deep space images. In this case, light from a distant supernova was warped on its way to Earth when it passed through a galaxy cluster, splitting the image into 4. It's been observed a few times with things like this quasar, but a Johns Hopkins University astronomer says this is the first supernova.
It is really quite remarkable that the first multibeam supernova was not a double or a triple, but an Einstein cross.
Space-time appears to act like a Bose-Einstein condensate, or a Beck, a superfluid where quantum entanglement occurs over long ranges.
Matter can exist in various states. Atoms at high temperature always form gases. If you cool the gas, it becomes a liquid. If you cool the liquid, it becomes a solid. But under certain circumstances, if you cool atoms far enough to extremely low temperatures, they undergo an identity crisis. When you go to low temperatures, the quantum mechanical properties of the atoms become important. Each one of these atoms starts to display wave-like properties. So instead of points like that, you have little wave packets like that. If you get them cold enough, they start overlapping. And when they overlap, the system behaves not like individual particles, but particles which have lost their identity. This little wave packet over here can't tell whether it's this one or that one or that one. But on the Bose condensate, I'm everywhere at once. I've lost my identity. I don't know who I am anymore. I'm at rest, and all the other atoms around at rest, but they're not other atoms around. We're all just one great big quantum system.
A Beck could allow the temporal 4-vector and spatial 4-vector to spread out homogeneously over more than one place at the same time, while in the same place at more than one time. A sort of temporal blob.
Well, it's kind of like a mass that keeps getting bigger and bigger.
More towards the center of a galaxy, relative to the gravitational field, there is a significantly lower rate of the passage of time. The rate of the passage of time relative to the Beck is at a higher rate than the rate of the passage of time relative to the galactic center, even though the Beck is cooler. Relative to the periods per present moments, the Beck is operating near the infinite momentum frame, primarily in the passage per present plane. This is analogous to a zero viscosity flow.
Superfluid helium can do things we might have believed impossible. It appears to defy gravity. A thin film can climb walls and escape its container. This is because a superfluid has zero viscosity. It can even produce a frictionless fountain, one that never stops flowing. Superfluidity and superconductivity were baffling concepts for scientists. New radical theories were needed to explain them.
The propagation of gravitational waves should affect this Beck, creating a disturbance, sort of a billowing effect, similar to Lagrange points, but rather than points, blobs.
The blob. It's indescribable. Nothing can stop it.
These are just simplified examples of how three-dimensional time and the existence equations can be applied to the concepts of dark matter without introducing any new exotic particles. If we extend our temporal model out further and let the energy density of the vacuum correspond with a very high rate of the passage of time, since it is associated with infinitesimal mass, it can be associated with the infinite momentum frame. Therefore, it's reasonable to extend our model.
The dream that she dreamt about, she said.
The observations of dark energy.
Like deja vu.
A few years ago, astronomers decided to use redshift.
So you should probably take my advice then, right?
Expansion history.
And read the brainstorm, or let me read it.
There's a kind
I'm
of
feeling
recognized by its spectrum.
I'm feeling really inspired. Like I'll read it. I'll read it. And I'll ad-lib it. You know, Rick and Morty was made.
The color
like,
of the supernova
some dude.
to tell you how much the universe has stretched. So that means that by the time it reaches us,
I'm
it
a
looks red.
reflection of your inner
That's
soul.
called redshift. And exactly how red it looks tells you how much the universe has stretched since the time of
Give me
that
the book and I'll tell you.
explosion. You can
Give
map
me the
out
book and I'll
for
tell you your inner
each
soul.
supernova telling you how far back in time it exploded, and you can find out how much the universe has stretched since that time.
Why did I point that
using
specific
some of the
stage
largest
out?
telescopes in the world to do this over a number of years. 10 years later, we actually had enough supernovas to do this measurement, and there were just a few options. One was that the universe was going to be slowing because all the gravity in the universe would slow the expansion, and option 2 was a little bit more dramatic. That was one where the universe slows to a halt and then collapses in a big crunch, and the answer turned out to be none of the above. We seem to be faced with some new component of the universe that we hadn't recognized before. Apparently the universe is dominated by perhaps a dark energy, which would be some energy spread through all of space that we've never identified previously. We still don't know what it would be, and that it could be perhaps powering the expansion of the universe to be speeding up. That's one possibility. Another possibility is maybe even more bizarre. It's possible that Einstein's theory of general relativity it needs modification.
However, if we're going to use three-dimensional time to account for dark matter and dark energy, we're eventually going to have to face the big question. What about the Big Bang? How does three-dimensional time affect our observations of the Big Bang? Since the present time coordinate is not dependent on the periods of time coordinate, the concept of a beginning of time doesn't really make much sense. The conceptual point of origin, where space and time appear to have begun, is known as the Big Bang singularity. Here,
space-time is reduced to a single point. On the other hand, when viewed through the lens of three-dimensional time, it becomes nothing more than a temporal vanishing point. It can be argued
Wow, this is
that
actually
modern
really good.
cosmology is a collection of artifacts resulting from limiting time to a single dimension.
Hey man, I'm too underground to actually release an album.
The idea of a beginning
Yo, I'm
or
not on
ending of
fucking
time
Spotify.
is nothing much more than a temporal vanishing point.
My name is Fred Hoyle. I am the inventor of the well-known words "big
I might
bang"
actually
to refer
I think I'm
to
just gonna
the
let
origin
it
of
play
the
out
universe.
for a while.
But I'm
Thank
afraid
you, I agree.
don't
I made a music video.
really believe in
I'll
the
send
Big
you the
Bang.
link
I'm,
when I
generally
upload it to
speaking,
YouTube.
not a believer in popular theories.
So what are the mathematical
do you wanna see my music
assumptions that go into
video?
the Big Bang Theory anyway?
Does anyone want to see my music video?
Explanation for why we see a redshift in distant light as we look
Hey, do you want to
further
see my
and
music
further
video?
into outer space at more distant galaxies.
Does anyone want to
This
see my
would
music
suggest
video?
that galaxies are moving away from one another, indicating that the
Hey, do you want to
universe
see my
is
music video?
On the other hand, what if light itself becomes red?
Hey, does anyone want to see my music video?
Greater distances through space, or due to some kind of
Hey, do you want to see this universe I created?
If we lived in an infinite, unchanging universe, the entire sky would be as bright as the sun. But the sky is dark at night, both because the universe had a beginning so there aren't stars in every direction, and more importantly, because the light from super distant stars, and the even more distant cosmic background radiation, gets redshifted away from the visible spectrum by the expansion of the universe. So we just plain can't see it.
On the other hand, couldn't it be the case that light red shifts on its own after having traveled for vast periods of time? As an alternative to the Doppler effect, three-dimensional time can be applied to frequency, wavelength, and the speed of light, and successfully account for cosmological redshift. Let's examine a moment of undisturbed travel of a single photon. The difference between the final mass and the initial mass of the photon equals 0. There is no change in energy or momentum of the photon as it travels, undisturbed for a period of time. So that the mass of the photon doesn't change in order to maintain the conservation of energy, the passage of time must decrease proportionally as the period of time increases. Since there is a change in the period of time for a single photon, the passage of time decreases relative to the observed frequency of the traveling photon, and the photon appears to have increased wavelength. The period of time for a traveling photon increases proportionally with distance. Since the passage of time decreases as the photon travels through space-time, the wavelength of the photon becomes longer relative to some observer in a non-relativistic frame of reference, say that of an astronomer billions of light years away. Well, what about the expanding universe?
Now, it was Hubble in the late 1920s who made the observations of the night sky, which led us to see that our universe is expanding. So imagine a point so far out there that the average recession velocity is the speed of light. So that would form a sphere, which we call the Hubble sphere. The observable universe is larger than our Hubble sphere. It's actually limited by what's called the particle horizon. The observable universe has a radius of over 46 billion light years. The diameter is about 93 billion light years. And 13.8 billion years ago, everything in that volume and everything beyond it that we can't see would have been compressed into a tiny, infinitesimally small point that we call the singularity.
We can reinterpret the scale factor in the cosmological equation of state, the Friedmann equation, and apply it to 3 dimensions of time rather than 3 dimensions of space. We get a range of different rates of the passage of time over various periods of time per present moments spanning the history of the universe.
The basic question that we want to answer in cosmology is, what is the history of the universe? It really boils down to what is the time history of the scale factor.
time plays a major role in cosmology and arguably is its most central concept.
The Friedman equation says that A dot over A squared is equal to 8 pi g over 3 times rho plus maybe 1 over A squared or something. But it always comes in 8 pi g over 3. Lambda was introduced to get rid of this nasty 8 pi g over 3. It's called the cosmological constant. It was introduced by Einstein. It's also the thing which the newspapers call dark energy. There are basically 3 components to the energy density on the right-hand side. Let's call this matter, rho matter. It's just the mass within that region. I guess I called it m at one point, the mass within the region, divided by the volume. Rho, let's call it radiation. Energy density in radiation, instead of being 1 over A cubed, is some constant divided by A to the 4th power. All right, there is a third component of energy, what I'll call rho naught, and that's vacuum energy, dark energy, cosmological constant, all the same thing. And what I will tell you about it is it doesn't depend on A at all. It's energy that's there in the vacuum. It's the component which does not go to 0 as A gets bigger. In fact, you can think of it as a constant of nature. It's a number. It's there in the vacuum. I'm just going to write rho naught equals rho naught. It doesn't change. And it's A is equal to E to the square root of 8 pi g rho naught 3, I'm not going to write it, times T, exponentially increasing. Now with a little bit of work, you should be able to tell me how A depends on time for a given W. And you can find out how the universe expands for any value of W. With one exception. What's the exception? W equals minus 1, we'll see why, is exactly this vacuum energy here. If W equals minus 1, that says that the energy density doesn't depend on A at all. 1 plus W in that case would be 0, and we would just have C divided by A to the 0, and A to the 0 is just doesn't depend on A.
The scale factor for each component of the energy density of the universe can be substituted with a temporal scalar. This underpins the expansion of space as the explanation for cosmic redshift, conceptually replaced with the expansion of time. Notice that the scale factor for the matter density component is cubed. Since we're treating mass as a three-dimensional temporal scalar,
I'm going to tell the people the secrets of the secrets of this universe are like kind of
Furthermore, the scale factor for the
in the video. Check my latest 9-hour live stream for the answers to the universe, kind of.
Finally, the scale factor for the radiation component, raised to the 4th power, comes from the Stefan-Boltzmann law expressing the scale factor as a function of temperature. There is an inversely proportional relationship between the passage of time and linear time relative to inertial mass and relativistic momentum. This is easier to understand when examining the expressions of thermodynamics and how they relate to temporal mechanics. In a closed-loop thermal system, such as an idealized heat engine, the inversely proportional relationship between temperature and the change in entropy can be used to set the heat engine into motion. Substituting the passage of time for temperature and substituting linear time for changes in entropy, the thermodynamic expressions for a Carnot heat engine can be used as a mechanism for
the thermodynamic expression.
Now think about this equation today, at the present time. How much of adding up to the right-hand side comes from radiation? How much comes from matter? How much comes from dark energy, lambda? And how much is left over in this curvature term? The ratios depend on time because they scale differently. But the ratios today are called omega. The ratios are omega R, omega M, omega lambda, plus omega curvature. In other words, the omegas are the fraction of h squared today contained in each one of these terms.
If we apply the scale factor to temporal dimensions, the exponential growth of time intervals applies to either 1, an increasing proportion of periods for present moments, or 2, an increased rate of the passage of time. The first corresponds with massive particle propagation, and the second corresponds with inertial mass and momentum. Changes in the passage.
Yo, I'm gonna promote myself. I'm gonna be like, I make the worst music in Las Vegas.
And vice versa.
So, a model, then, again, a model...
You thought these Las Vegas DJs were bad? Check out my shit.
But you don't measure them completely. Some of them you measure, some you don't measure. But you just feed them in, grind the wheels, calculate AST. You're juggling various things. But once you have a model with 50 pieces, okay, then you have an A as a function of time.
Give me a bad rating. No, I'll forget that.
I didn't get them. Trial and error. Trial and error. This one is not important. Everybody knows this is not important. Just measure it directly. It's just a small matter. Some of them, look, this one here is more or less measurable directly. Why? You can measure.
Wow, I probably shouldn't have posted that on Facebook.
And you can measure the dark matter and the luminous matter together. Basically, omega m is the ratio of this factor of this one. So that actually is measurable. We're going to talk about dark matter. Including the dark matter, omega m is about 0.3. These two are the ones which are not known. But what is known, at least in theory, is that this plus this plus this has to equal 1. This one is known. Therefore, this one follows. But you want to do better than that.
Complicated.
Really what you want to do is you really want to do better than that. You just don't want to say, well, this was 0.3. This one's not really known. Nobody's ever measured.
I will accept that award that no one gave anyone. You're the worst DJ, music producer in Las Vegas. Man, because no one's gonna give that award out, right? I'm gonna make that shit myself. Yo, what the fuck are you talking about? But I feel like I'm actually getting somewhere with this. I think I lost. He's like, I think I'm actually getting somewhere with this. Did you hear that? Alright, listen to my shitty music. Fuck these guys.
God, talk to me now. This is an emergency. Do you wanna want so much? You never hurt this bad. Never did this before. That's what the Fridge says. Even when you want. That's what the Fridge says. God, talk to me now. This is an emergency.
I went to this show tonight, and they were playing like tech house, bass house. I was like, yeah, this is good. And I told my friend who I've been making music with for like 7 years, I was like, man, this techno sounds nothing like my techno. My techno sounds way different. I could dance to this shit. Especially if you gave me a bunch of ketamine. You gotta appreciate the silence, man. The space between the space of the research. It's the notes that you don't play, man. Can you hear that I didn't? It's like the ambient of wherever you're listening it. Space between space research. Yo. I love how I'm not using a filter. I'm using 2 low pass gates, no filters. I'm using a comb delay. I thought it was a comb filter, but it's actually a feedback loop. Comb. I could throw that serum effect with the filter on serum, but yeah, fuck serum. We're complex proing it. Holy Holy shit, I'm still recording this? I didn't know I was recording this. Well, here's a huge ass file I'm never gonna fucking use. Hey, shut the fuck up. I'm gonna use this shit right now, you stupid bitch. Yo, it's SpaceyBlurr, the worst DJ in the fucking world. The worst in the fucking state. The worst in the fucking city. Las Vegas. Low bar. Stupid shit coming out of my mouth. I got it and I'm fucking playing it. You got nothing, man. Yeah, Jay, play your tech house. Yeah, I got this fucking complex out. Yeah, you stupid bitches. Hey, look at your little arms. You talk a lot of shit for someone with such a small truck. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Space between space and the research, coming at you live, coming at you live, coming at you dead, coming at you live. We are in the quantum space of the galactic, reasoning for your plastic, changing the space between, yeah, you fucking atoms, yeah, hydrogen, man, swirling it, going at it, blinging at, bringing it, bring it up, bring it sin, still the motherfuckers. Yo, I'll play stupider shit than anyone else. Yeah. Las Vegas. Give it up for nothing. SpaceyBlurr. Internet worldwide. Coming at you from the nothing. Nth dimension, quantum space between there. Over and out and under. Going at you from within, inside of your own self. But then we lost it. We lost it forever because I lost myself. I became everything and then I was nothing and then it's myself and now I'm the one within the one in the universal cosmos way. Bring it back all the way to zero, all the way. 1, 0 is 0. Let's go beyond the 0. Let's go to the 0 beyond the 1. You remember the 0 beyond the 1? Do you remember? Do you remember the 0 beyond the 1? Let's make shittier music in this country. Let's make shittier music in this universe. Why doesn't anyone make techno like this anymore? I believe in the feedback loop. Good night. Yeah, good night. Okay. I'm gonna stop the stream. Yeah. Let's fucking stop the stream. Thank you and good night. I talk to myself. Not just like when no one's looking, but I talk to myself in my live streams. I send messages to myself in the future. Like, I don't want to say I'm not crazy, but I might not be crazy. You know what? Fuck sleeping. You know what? Fuck you, man. Sleeping is the best thing I've ever done in my life, man. Oh shit. Yeah, I think my next music video, I'm just gonna find the spot in the clips of the Twitch. If someone wants to do it for me, that'd be cool, but I'm just gonna find a spot. I recorded something, actually. Yeah. I guess. I don't know. All I have to do is press the button. All I have to do is press the button remotely through another computer into another computer, and then it'll stop the stream. all I have to do. Wow, this is actually really good. Wow, you're so smart, me from the past. Hey man, I'm too underground to actually release an album. Listen to this man. Fucking Spotify. Yeah, listen to that man. Yo, Coolios. I might actually I think I'm just gonna let it play out for a while. Thank you, I agree. I made a music video. I'll send you the link. Oh shit, I made a music video. I uploaded it to YouTube. It's like the complex modular synth instead of a fractal but mirror dimension. I'm feeling inspired. I'm just gonna let it play out. I'm using 2 low pass gates, man. Oh my god, I am. I'm so fucking cool. Low pass gates that much in my life, and now I'm just using them. It feels really good. Wow, dude, I'm so fucking cool. I'm using 2 low pass gates and no filter. That's how fucking cool I am, apparently. Nah, it's a good sound design technique, but you don't have to use that shit. But that was awesome. That was fucking awesome.
Substituted into the Friedman equation and used with the scale factor instead of space. It can also be substituted to inflation theory and used with the inflaton scalar field.
Inflation, if you like, gives the initial conditions for the Big Bang. The Big Bang by itself is that
the
initial
secret to my sound
we don't understand. The Big Bang.
I can't let you know that. Yeah, I can't let you that. I can turn that on. Into the source of the low pass.
So flat. It's spatially incredibly flat, homogeneous and isotropic. And once you've got something that's expanding out, then you can begin to work out what the temperature is of the universe, how rapidly the universe should expand, what it should look like today. So there are these issues which the Big Bang has associated with it that need explaining. Alan Guth from MIT, and then Soviet physicists like Alexei Starobinsky and Andrei Linde came up with these ideas to provide you, if you like, with the initial preceding dynamics, which would then feed into what we now call the Big Bang. And that was called inflation. And inflation corresponds to a period where the universe actually accelerates. The size of the universe actually grows exponentially quickly. This occurred for about 10 to the minus 30 seconds. And so you have an explanation of how you can go from a universe which is on huge scales from a region which was much smaller. But where did this inflaton field come from? Where did this scalar field come from? It's got to from some fundamental theory.
Now that's not enough. We not only have to assume in order to make the model work, so we've already had to make one assumption, the Big Bang assumption, an unproven assumption. Now we've had to make a second assumption, that there's this inflation. Inflation caused the expansion of the universe to accelerate at this rate of doubling in size, you remember, once every billionth of a second. Now we have to assume a third thing, that this inflation is unstable. It has to be able to decay.
I love this song.
And when it decays, it should decay.
It's my favorite song.
Matter and radiation we know. There's at least one other major amendment we have to make to the theory.
I just start playing this song in my live sets again.
We have to amend something about its present and future. And that is this a new thing, which
the funeral march,
often known as dark energy. Now, this dark energy has to be put in by hand into your model in order to make it fit the data. It's only required you're putting it in by hand in order to fit the data. So, and since they're not tightly related to one another,
Holy shit, I didn't know this was followed. Yeah, my grandma, she's really old. She's like in her 90s. I remember I was a kid, I'd come over. I'd play that fucking song on her piano. I'd play the funeral march song on her piano and she'd be like, don't play that. I fucking love that song. But it was just like, they play it different than I remember it. Like I downloaded the MIDI and I was like, I play it differently than that. I like to play it manually. His version's pretty good too. Well, where do you download that software? I believe in the feedback loop. We are SpaceyBlurr. I believe in the feedback loop. We are SpaceyBlurr. The worst musician in Las Vegas. Give it up for Zero. Thank you and good night. Listen to the feedback in your nightmares. Goodbye. I wish you well on your journeys. Catch me next time. If you're there. I don't know what's gonna happen, but something's gonna happen. The nothingness, that is everything. The everything, that is nothing. We are SpaceyBlurr.